Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 10 allies. We're going up against 33 enemies, and we are off with ABK in first place, minus Mom in second. And Mom kills the Epic. And then we've got what? Let's see. Mom is in first place. ABK is in second. JR is in third. And we are down to one enemy. And that enemy is being dealt with. Come on. Let's gang up on it and let's end this. There we go. We're done. Oh, I killed the Epic. And oh, not quite. We've got 2 chests to destroy. And it is a slow crawl towards that. Alrighty, and that's 1 and 2. We're done. We've won. Oh, I needed to kill ranger units. T-minus Mom is in first place with 7 kills. JR926 is in second place, 2 kills, 3 assists. ABK is in third, 5 kills. We have gold, and no one claiming that. So, ABK 460. Wait, what? No, ABK 467 gets the gold. For some reason, I confused it with AGR. And I get scrolls. And then we move on to an insane battle before the skin chest, and I need to check quests. Alright, that is done. Now I place archers. I did forget to give the blob a soul. My excuse is I was running late this morning. Or rather, hadn't paid attention to the time. Alrighty. It is past 8 a.m. Time for me to visit the shop where archers get, fairies get purchased. I am above 20k. I get a refresh. I am above 25. I get another refresh, and I'm still above 30. Barely, but still there. And that is that. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to visit the viewer side shop where archers get purchased. I'm above 50k. I get a refresh. I am above 55. That's another refresh, and I am above 60k. And that is that. I need to take care of this. Alrighty. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. And welcome to Tuesday. Second day of the work week for those of you who worked under that schedule. It was a holiday yesterday for me, so I did not work. I hope the week is going, as I started well. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. My long weekend was nice. Relaxing, played games, worked on diagnosing problem with my split keyboard, my chirp this, and got help Turns out that a couple of my viewers are actually familiar with electronics work. So they were able to help me, and I got a bit of a better understanding. Nothing that would make me able to look at this and go, okay, I can fix this on my own and all that. But now I understand a little bit better. And, next Sunday I'll do some more work on that and go from there. Really should have worked on that yesterday, but as I've mentioned many times, I'm very set in my ways. So, holidays are day offs, and this definitely feels like work for me, to me. Alrighty, and this being Tuesday, it is Read and Corrects. For those who are new to this, right, Captain's Heart is what I'm starting with. These are where I read chapters from my book and correct them as I go. While I'm doing that, I am recording the readings, so I will be ignoring the chat. And if the reading runs along, I'll be delaying the start of the Stream Reader battle. To keep that from happening, I will start on this now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 80 of The Captain's Heart. Fuck, don't stop. Jeremy put his hand on Gagaran's mane and held him in Gagaran's mane and held his head down on his crotch as he thrust. The things his heart could do with that tongue. At this rate, he was going to... The tablet on the table let out an ear-piercing screech, and Gagaran hurried to grab the collar, leaving Jeremy's crotch exposed to the cool air and panting out of interrupted need. I'm off shift. Then don't answer the fucking comm. Jeremy thought uncharitably. Gagaran's curse told him there was a reason the ship's captain and Alpha of the Hunters couldn't afford to cut himself from his crew, even for a well-deserved session of sex with his heart. I'll be right there. Have Hunters escort the injured to medical. I'll deal with them once their injuries have been seen to. And that said session was not going to end with Jeremy being done. The big downside of the kind of sting power he had. Gagaran looked at him as he pulled on his collar. I'm sorry, Jer. I can't let this wait. What happened? 3 of the released convicts got into a fight. From the description, 1 tried to murder the other, and the 3rd got injured trying to break them off. Go, I'll survive. Gagaran looked at the action. I'll make it up. He chuckled. I know. Check the time, and I'll make sure you do once our shifts are over. Gagaran kissed him, and Jeremy pushed him away after enjoying it for a few seconds. Go. This isn't making it easier for me to not pin you on the bed and to hell with your work. Gagaran hurried off. Jeremy resisted a temptation to join him in the shower. If he did, he'd just end up teased, because as playful as his heart could be, he put his duty first. When he was done, he considered finishing himself off, and didn't. Masturbation had lost a lot of its appeal now that it wasn't the only way he had to get off. Gagaran was a much pleasurable way to accomplish that. Showering was quick, another thing that alone was purely utilitarian. Then he headed for the leisure alley to get to the session. to get in to get usually to get into to get a session of weight training in. The machine still needed work, but it was reliable enough it wouldn't change the weights once he set them. The loud couple having sex on a bench in the alley did not help his state. He even contemplated dragging Growler on there to show the passerby what he had they didn't. Wouldn't that help ship morale? You know what? That's not a question. He thought he was one of his heart's friend. Oh, he thought he saw one of his heart's friends splotched of black, white, wow, white, black, and gray fur, but the guy seemed to glare at him before rushing away, so probably not. As far as Jeremy was aware, none of Grodgron's friends were angry at him. Not even the engineer. He swiped his bracelet, then confirmed the profile loaded correctly. Might be the only one using it, but he always reset the profile once he was done, as a way to run an ongoing check of the of the scan's reliability of the. He went through his back and leg exercise, then went. Then the machine refused to reconfigure to work on his upper body. A quick check didn't tell him where the problem was, so he transferred the operation log and returned to his quarter to look them over until his shift. Jeremy controlled his breathing to keep focused on reconnecting the circuit. He just realized that with how spacious the service docks were, he and Gagaron could sneak in and have sex and probably not disturb any of the conduits or control boards registering the power usage and sending that to the readout for him and the technicians to use in balancing the ship's usage. He adjusted himself and returned to the work of replacing the circuit. The engineer had given him a set to replace as part of regular maintenance. Repairs usually handled them, but he was tired of waiting for them to get to it. The walk to the work hadn't helped his state. 3 of the benches were occupied by people having sex, and one was 4 of them going at it. It was impressive enough. Jeremy had looked until he caught himself wondering which of Gagaron's friends would want to join the 2 of them. Seeing who he thought was the same man that had glared at him had calmed his ardor, but he'd only seen the back as the men vanished around the corner, so it might have been someone else. Probably was. It wasn't like splotch white, black, and gray was exclusive to one guy, if it had been a guy. At that distance, and as fleeting a look as it had been, it could have been a woman. The last circuit in place, he exited the dock and sealed it. He waited just out of reach while the engineer finished his work with the reactor and wondered how it was he'd never noticed the control board was at the perfect height for him to sit on it and Gagaron fuck him. He stifled a groan. Would his mind ever stop torturing him today? Technician. Jeremy approached and handed the old boards. All the indicated circuits have been replaced. The section can be powered back up. Instead of sending him off to his usual panel, the engineer stepped into Jeremy's personal space and sniffed. Of course he'd smelled something. Kelsarians had keen sense of smell. Everyone engineer had to know the state he was in. You smell needy. The engineer smirked. Do you need assistance relieving the tension? The offer, when Jeremy had expecting the reprimand, was surprising enough he didn't immediately answer. He shook himself. No. Sorry, but I have my heart. You know your friend, Gagaron? The engineer nodded. Then you have my permission to take a break? Oh, what for? To go find your heart, my friend, Gagaron, so he can help you relieve your tension? I can't do that. I have work to do. The engineer bounced the pack of old circuit as if he was calculating their weight. I can't have you distracted while you work, technician. It could lead to mistakes that would affect the comfort of countless families. I didn't make mistakes, engineer. I'm not at the mercy of my hormones. Hell, if I stopped to go find him at the instant I felt that I needed him, we'd hardly get any work done. Technician Jeremy Bradshaw. The engineer said in a gentle tone. Jeremy didn't think, hadn't thought. The man capable of, until now, you are not among Earthers. You are among Kelsarians. We understand the need to seek relief at times. That those needs aren't always under our control. Especially when you have a male like your heart as inspiration. I will not think less of you for taking the time to ensure you can give your work all your attention. I appreciate that. Jimmy wasn't entirely sure how comfortable he was with the implication the engineer knew what Gudrun was like in bed, but I can give the work all my attention. You have my word. It made sense. The two had been friends for a long time. They would have had sex at some point. At some point. I don't need the since. Oh, at some point, since, as far as he knew, the engineer wasn't in a relationship. If you are certain. But talk with your heart. He should make sure to leave you sated enough it doesn't affect your work. Jimmy started. Oh, that's not usually the problem. His face heated at the realization of what he'd admitted to his boss. But having said that much, he felt he needed to explain his current situation. Today's just one of those days when duty drops in on us in the middle of, well, it wasn't like he had to give details, and by the smile forming on the engineer's muzzle, he'd given enough for the men to fill in what hadn't been said. Unless there's more, engineer, I'll return to my station. The dismissive wave was amused. Turek sniffed loudly as Jeremy walked by his station. Comment, and I'm using your long name from now on, technician. Doesn't have to, Prateros said on Jeremy's other side. We both know better than to offer to take our break with you to help you. Jeremy closed his eyes. This was going to be a long day. Jeremy's face had to be glowing with how hot it felt. Every Kelsarian who'd walked by him, sitting with the other technicians, sniffed the air. There had been a few offers by technicians he didn't know well, which he turned down. They still looked at him and smiled invitingly, while he did his best to focus on eating. When someone leaned in next to him, Jeremy readied himself to refuse another stranger's advance. But the guy was talking with Thurok, touching his arm. I'll be back shortly, his friend said, standing and going with the stranger. You want to follow them to the alley? Pertiros whispered conspiratorially. No, he protested. In his state, he'd probably end up taking everyone there. One of the technicians said, You've heard of Earther in stamina. He looked at this plate of meat, trying to get his face to stop burning. It was like they were utterly uncaring that he had someone, just like Turek didn't seem to care about what he was doing, about what he was going to do. Okay. So care about the consequences. To his relationship. What he was going to do could have. You know we're just teasing, right? Prateros said. Him, Jimmy believed. The other technician, he had his doubt. Now, even Turek's teasing took on a new meaning. Had it been his friend's way of implying it would be okay with both of them cheating on their mates? He wouldn't hold that. He wouldn't hold what Turek was doing against him. It was his friend's personal life, not Jeremy's. But he was going to make sure he didn't care. He was going to make sure he didn't care for anyone teasing past this. He knew to make sure he knew. He didn't care for anyone teasing past this point. Jeremy went slack on atop Grogeron. Thank you, he whispered in the main. You have no idea how much I needed this after the shift I've had. His heart chuckled. Seeing how I'm partially responsible for the state you're in, I had to make sure you had release. Partially? Well, if I remember correctly, you were the one who got us started climbing on top of me. Going forward, we start with me getting off and then move on to you. Let you deal with us being interrupted. Grogeron chuckled. I'll just pull you away once I've dealt with the problem so we can resolve that problem. Not when I'm on shift. Jeremy gently pulled out. Even when soft, the shape of his penis could startle his heart on exit. He rolled on this side. One of your friends has white, black, and gray fur, right? Tom. Has he said anything to you about being angry with me? I've seen someone with that coloring glaring at me a few times today, then storming off. No, he hasn't said anything to that effect. It's probably someone else then. I might have imagined the glaring, or that it was directed at me. Grogeron nuzzled him, then pushed him on his stomach. How about it distract you from whatever that might have been about? He climbed on top of him. Yes, please. The engineer had nothing to worry about. The Kelsier's very short recharge time meant his heart satisfied him very well and often. And that concludes chapter 80 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh, I did forget to activate something. There we go. Alrighty. Interesting. It is actually in PDF. Oh, because I did not write another one that would have flipped it. Oh, got to do that today. To do Okay. And do this. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 28 allies. We're going up against 39 enemies, and we are off with. Oh, that's Bull. Hey, welcome back, Bull. In third place. JR takes over first. Decanizer takes over that. Decanizer's in second. Red Lifestyle is in third. So JR's in first. Decanizer's in second. Red Lifestyle is in third. Hello, Akla. Welcome to the stream. Mom takes over third. Red takes it back. Kitty takes over third. Takes over second. Takes over first. JR takes first back. Mom takes second. And with that, we're done. We have won. JR 926 is in first place, tied with T minus Mom. 5 kill, 4 assist. RB Kitty's in second place with 9 kill. Decanizer is in third, 5 kill, 2 assist. We have fairies and a Decanizer that gets dusted. And that's that. So we move on to a skin chest before the boss. And how are you doing today, Akla? How was your weekend? Oh, well, actually, no. How was your Monday? All right, it's another archer for me. And you know what? Let's start here. Gotta clear a quest. What do you want after this? Assist from buffing. It's gonna be a saint, probably. Place shinobi's there. That's gonna be probably not. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. You're doing fine. I am glad to hear that. Alrighty. I will start the next chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 81 of The Captain's Heart. With them working opposite shift, it made the one-time Graal knew where to find Toma unavailable unless he wanted to leave Jeremy to sleep alone. The current situation, if it was even one, wasn't enough of an emergency for that. While he knew where Tom's apartment was, his friend wasn't often there when not sleeping. And not always, even then. He could call him, arrange a meeting, but he was concerned it would bring a formality to the question he didn't want. Even if it was Tom Jeremy had seen, he wanted this to be two friends, resolving it and not bring the implication of rank, and an arranged meeting would... that feels weird. Even if it was Tom Jeremy had seen, he wanted this to be two friends resolving situation and not bring the implication of rank arranging the meeting would. It meant that tracking down his friend took most of his first shift. Berlin had seen him at the gym, but he had left by the time Graal got there. Miritel thought she'd seen him at the eatery, but then let him know it had been a different male. When he checked with Dresderan, he learned Tom had just left. He eventually found him at the third leisure alley he knew him to spend time in, at a table with 5 others playing Rushgra. He watched them place their stones down, take away those they overpowered, remix them, and go again until one of them, a rust fire-furred female, exclaimed victory. Exclaim victory. He had never gained an understanding of the game, except that it was supposed to represent the gods at war. Growl. Tom greeted him as the stone were pushed to the center and mixed, before each took 14. Want to join in? I'll pass. Do you mind if we talk? I'm about to start the next fight. It's about Jer. As much as he hated using hunter tactics and blindsiding him with a piece of information, his friend stiffening told him Jeremy had been right. He kept his expression friendly when Tom looked at him, but he reacted as if he'd been caught swiping his kill. If the others noticed the tension, they ignored it. I guess I'm out of this one. He pushed his stone back to the center pile and stood. What about your heart? He asked as they walked out of the room. Maybe you can tell me why you've been stalking him? I haven't. He closed his muzzle. Why are you letting him keep you from the rest of us? Why am I? He couldn't finish the question. What are you talking about? When's the last time you had sex with someone other than him? I don't know. Quirk, I think. A couple of weeks before you left. Is that when your heart forbid you from having sex with anyone else? What? No, Jeremy wouldn't do that. Then how come you've been turning us all down? Tom Stone turned accusatory. I've checked with the others, even asked around at your usual clubs. They haven't seen you there for a while, pretty much since you and your heart started fucking. He almost pointed out that Quirk had been after that, but he realized what his friends was alluding to. Jeremy's an earther, Tom. They don't have sex the way we do. Really? The anger slipped in. What is it to them? Some holy ceremony to their gods? Because I can't think of anything else that would get you, favored hunter, to hold out on the rest of us. It's not that. The use of that nickname told Gregoran how angry Tom was. Not that he explained why. His friend knew how he disliked it. Being an efficient hunter and alpha didn't cause his namesake to think better of him. Then what is it? It's the way they get attached. To them, sex means... how is it supposed to explain such a different concept as exclusive pairing? It's going to be easier if I show you. A search told him where the closest available viewing room was, and he locked it out. He should go through custodial, but for once he used his rank to ensure he didn't have to deal with delays. Follow me. If you're about to show me a recording of just how good he is to justify not needing the rest of us, his friend said bitterly as they stepped into the viewing room, I don't know that I'm interested. It's not that. He called up the Earther romantic movie he'd selected. A word of warning, this is Earther media. They approach storytelling in a different way than we do. He sat and motioned for Tom to join him. After a roll of the eyes, he did, and Gregoran started it. It opened on a panning of an Earther city. He hadn't been able to find out which one with the limited database on Earth he had access to, but he expected a tower in the distance. A thin triangular scaffolding of sort of thing was distinctive enough it would place it for any Earther watching it. Where this took place might even add meaning to the story, although that could be Iskelsarian's mindset overlaying itself. Maybe Earthers didn't care where a story took place. What am I looking for? Tom asked. It's not yet. This is the establishing shot. The tower tells them where it is, he said impatiently. It's established. Earther storytelling, Tom. They take more time with... I don't have that much time to give you, Gregoran. His ears folded back. Sorry. Earther storytelling is captivating in how different... He took a breath. Sorry. He located the first scene that would help with what he wanted to explain. The Earther male and female meeting. This is a romantic movie. The Earther version of a love ballad. That's where the two destined to be together meet. They aren't recognizing each other. They aren't hearts. I haven't seen any movie depicting hearts. Some come close, but Jer says the closest they have are soulmates, and it's not the same. Okay, so they met. So they meet. So they met. How does that explain why you're letting your heart... not letting him anything, Tom. He hasn't demanded anything. This is about understanding our Earthers' love, since they don't have hearts. Fine, his friend said in resignation. On the screen, the two future mates talked and laughed, entered an eatery. Is anything going to happen? Gurgren was getting the sense of how his friend felt when he tried to explain how a match of Hushgora was played. He had no interest in seeing the intricacies of Earther storytelling, the layer of meaning, hints of future details. He moved to another scene, the male close to another female, the feeling of each other clear on their face, and he could now tell their body language. The female from the previous meeting walked in on them. There was shock, outrage, then rage and screaming. What just happened? Tom asked. She walked in on the one she planned on making her mate with another female. She's angry at the betrayal. What betrayal? She didn't attack him, or is it that she's an enemy and he isn't attacking her? It's neither. It's a betrayal of the exclusive relationship she perceived them to be in. He also agreed to that. He also agreed that he's in it, and this is a misunderstanding that will take most of the movie to resolve, but he could see it lost his friend. Earthers build relationship on exclusivity, a male and a female. If one mate dies, it's acceptable for the other to find a new partner. If they agree to dissolve the relationship, then they can build new ones. But they are always one male and one female and their cubs. He didn't bring up the conflict of cubs from previous relationship. Earther's odd concept of ownership when it came to cubs was still baffling to him. Why? Gurgren shrugged. The movies he'd studied hadn't shed light on that, but it is the way they are. The movie isn't an exact representation of a relationship. They take liberties for the sake of the storytelling, but it's the one that is the least unrealistic among those I've seen. Tom shook his head in confusion. I don't get what that has to do with you. Jer's an Earther. That's all he knows. He gets us he's among Kelsarians now, doesn't he? That doesn't change who he is, what he's been taught by society, the one that screwed up his mind. I don't think it's related. There are no indication of ultrasonics in any of the movies I've studied. This is a representation of how their relationships are built. That's not what I mean. Why would he care if that's how they are? He's here with us. He's alone, Tom. A lone Earther among us. And the only thing he has to hold on to is me, the relationship we have. You have explained things to him, haven't you? He's your heart. Nothing can change that. He'll always love you. He doesn't understand that. Earthers don't have gods, as far as Jeremy knows, and Quirik didn't come across anything to indicate the contrary. There is nothing in his experience to explain what we have, to provide meaning to what we are. All he has is that. He motioned to the screen, where the female stormed off, leaving the male devastated. Wait, they were still fighting? There was an attempt at explaining. It failed. She's too angry to listen. He took a breath. If I do anything to make Jer feel like that, he's not going to have any... He's got no one to fall back on and help him. We're all Kelsarians. We're all a representation of the betrayal I'd commit. Tom stared at him. And that's enough to push us away forever? He placed a hand on his friend's thigh. Not forever. Hopefully he'll come to realize. Just tell him that you having sex with your friends isn't a betrayal. It isn't that simple. He's got a Kelsarian heart. He'll understand. But he has an Earther's upbringing. That's powerful too. And because of that, you're the one who has to suffer? Gurgren snorted. Who says I'm suffering? Tom startled, then stammered an attempt at something that didn't reach fully formed sound. He's that satisfying? He finally asked in astonishment. Earther stamina, he replied. That and the way his cock is shaped makes for very satisfying sex. You aren't going to change your mind, are you? Tom, he's my heart. Eventually he'll come to understand nothing can tear us apart, but until then, it's my responsibility to make sure he doesn't suffer. All right. He could tell his friend wasn't happy about his decision, probably didn't really understand the depth of the difference between Earther and Kelsarian's relationship, but he'd respect him. And that concludes chapter 81 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. If you want to listen to this live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Yeah. Hey, Mr. the Cat, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? What have you been up to? Feeling a bit iffy. Waited for feedback of someone on an outline who just told you everything he hated and called it a day. Barely looking at it. Yeah, that will happen. Uh, one, not everyone is good at giving feedback. Two, it might, it might be have been an off day for them. They might have been, they might have been dealing with stuff that made them looking it over more difficult, and therefore um, learning not to take it personally, learning not to let what one person state is a skill. It's something I've had to learn. Uh, and I think that's part of why I try to be cautious in how I comment, because I've had this happen. Like way back when, I'm at this point probably 20 years ago. Somebody made a comment on one of my story I posted on a site, and for about a month I could not write after that. Yeah, that there's no real way to. We can't control what other people will do, think, behave. You know, I would say, like, I don't know the person. I mean, like, is that a friend? Is that a stranger? Is that somebody on a commenting site? Like, I don't know that. But if it is applicable, I would give it a few days and contact them. You know, maybe inquire, were they having a bad day? Do they now have more to say? Like, you don't want to press, like, you don't want to go, hey, you owe me an explanation. But, if the person is a friend, you can inquire. If it's a stranger, again, like, the situation will affect what you can get away with. Again, like, if it's a friend, you can probably get away with a little more prodding than if it's a stranger. If it's on a site that gives comments, look at the site's procedures, because there should be a code of conduct on such a site. But yeah, ultimately, we as people who receive critique have to learn to to not take those kind of commentary personally. We have to we have to learn that being critiqued is part of the job, and that being critiqued doesn't mean it's going to be good. That's why you've not messaged them about didn't want to be pushy, and it feels like a brush off. And stranger, so it feels like, yeah, if it's a stranger, personally, the best thing to do is move on and just write these people off, this person off as someone to go back to for comments. Because, regardless of the situation, of why they were this brusque and stuff like that, it's not a good indication for future collaborations. Finding the right people to work with is not always easy. It's a process. You look for the right person, you try, you fail, you look for someone else. Like, I've it I've gone through a decent number of people to work with before I my co-scripter came about. And until then it was discouraging. Like, some more with some, less than with others, but like, I've there was this sense of, okay, am I going to be stuck, never be able to find someone who can assist me with that kind of stuff? And kept going. And then in my case, kind of I'm going to say by accident, but it's not entirely true, because the first one thing I did, which really assisted in this process, is that I post my stuff online. I post my stuff out there all the time. And that meant that, people see it, people will comment, and most of these comments are not helpful. Most in the wild, most of the people who comment in the wild will not give helpful comments. But once in a while, somebody will give insightful comment, and once in a while, they'll give insightful comment on enough of a regular basis that, you know, it can be worth asking if they're willing to up the collaboration a little bit. And with my co-scripter, it started with just them becoming an official alpha reader, because they kept having really insightful comments on the stuff I was posting. And I went, you know what? Would you be willing to beta to alpha read my stuff? Because having those comments ahead of time would really help me post something a little better on the site. And they went, yeah, sure. And through those comments, because now the relationship, the interaction was a little more personal, because we would email each other, we would talk on Discord, and his comments, because they were directly at me, his comments would be a little more on point. He would not try to phrase it in a way that's not that the public could read, because it was just me at this point. And again, very insightful. And at one point I got really, really stuck, and he helped me out. And I went, this is where I went, okay, do you want to make this official? Do you want to help me write the next outline so that I can bypass these problems? And he went, let's give this a try. And it stuck. Me and one other streamers are the only one that feels like are fair. Maintains you waited days and it took about 5 minutes. Yeah, well, again, you've learned an experience. And giving fair critique is a learned skill. And I think that, for in my case, like, it's something I've learned by receiving unfair critique. I've been exposed, again, because I posted my stuff in the wild. I've been exposed to really bad critique. So I've kind of looked at it and like, okay, when I will comment on somebody's story, I will not do these things. So yeah, I was also way too opposite to you to worry about money and marketing, calling your story for kids, which, yeah, again, like, you find out if the person is a good fit or not, and clearly they're not. I mean, I've had experience like that with legitimate editors, like professional editor that I paid money to, and they edited my story as if it was something completely different than what I told them it was. Like, I told them it was a relationship story, a procedural, with a bit of mystery in it, and they edited it as if it was a pure romance. Well, like I said, receiving critique and not taking it hard is a learned skill. Accepting that people will give bad critique is something we need to learn to accept. Like, we need to find ways of dealing with it. Because, even if you're going to put money in it, there's no guarantee that the critique will be good, because you're dealing with people. And when dealing with people, there's no way to know what you're going to end up with. Alrighty, we will have an advertising, the Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 28 allies. We're going up against 48 enemies, and we are off with Meowfar in first place. Gatorpaws is in second. ABK is in second. Zuckers is in third. Corrupt takes over first. I did not see you come there. Meowfar is in first again. Corrupt is in second. Zucker is in second. Corrupt is in third. And with that, we're done. We've won. Meowfar is in first place with 18 kills. Zucker Fury Die Hordan is in second place, 9 kill, 4 assist, and Corrupt is in third, 11 kills. We've got Golden Musketeers and no one claiming any of that. So, Meowfar and QS Creates get gold. Corrupt finds muskets. And we move on to, I believe, the boss battle? Yep, boss battle. Before the next map, which should be a super boss. And I need assist from buffing. All right, first off, really? No. All right, so let's go the alternate route of putting a Centurion and asking for armored around him. Holy cow, this is not a... We're going to go here. I'm going to do that. And we're going to ask for a few armors around me. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. I may try to post this fanfic first before you post your novel in the world. Despite being honest, you at least learn a few things. Well, yeah, you do not, if you're going to post in the wild, you don't want to post your quote-unquote masterpiece. You don't want to put out that thing that you are really attached to, because it's going to hurt. So take it as training. Post the stuff that you have fun doing, but that you aren't overly attached to. Like, this is how I started when I posted. I just posted porn when I was online. Like I would just write some quick porn, a few pages, put that, and people would comment and stuff like that. And you know, that's part of how I built the tough skin I have, but then, I slowly transitioned to stuff well, in part my tastes changed, but also just felt like transitioning to something different. And because, they, at that point when they made hard comment, no harder, just still as hard, I was more used to it. I could take it or leave it. So. But yeah, if you're posting in the wild, do not post the work you are overly attached to, because at least not until you're confident you can deal with those critiques, you can deal with those comments. So like if with fanfics you mean the Harry Potter stuff, well, the Hogwarts, it's not Harry Potter, the Hogwarts stuff, the odds are where those forums or those sites are. So yeah, if they have a place to post those kind of stories, post that there. It's fanfics. You should not be the only one posting that there. And, some of them will be more used to giving comments, and, you can learn that way. And like you said, you did learn something. So, what we learn in those environments is helpful. Learning is always helpful. But alrighty, I am going to start the read and correct on my next chapter by confirming the microphone is on, realizing I forgot to turn the desktop audio back on, so we're good. On the correct screen, the correct image is up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 82 of The Captain's Heart. And rebuilding efforts are underway after the hurricane hit the Philippine. You know what? Let's change that. The Philippine Islands. The Philippine Islands, a man said in English as Jeremy stepped into Gregoran's office. The death toll is, thankfully, light due to the island's advanced warning system. At last report, 95% of the population was evacuated on time, and those who couldn't be reached were able to seek shelter. To anyone from Earth, in the vastness of the Federation space with relatives there, you can take heart that they are probably well. Gregoran tapped his desk and the audio ended. They give updates about all major events on Earth if you want to keep up with what's taking place there. Jeremy shrugged. I don't really care about what's happening. I don't really care about what's happening there, even when I was on Einstein. The only way I heard about it was when my friends discussed this game or that, which country was leading the charts for the best movie of the year, stuff like that. About the only thing I miss is my mom's messages updating me about what's happening with my siblings. And, you know what? My family. And telling her about my days. If you want to record something, I can see what can be arranged so that she'll receive it. The Federation has laws regarding ensuring families stays connected. Families stay connected. He shook his head. What would I tell her? The most important thing to happen to me is you, and my parents were the ones who took me to the doctors. So because there was something wrong with me. She wouldn't want to hear about this. Gregory nodded. If you ever change your mind, just let me know. Tom has contacts in the government's back room. He can make sure it's expedited. He smiled. What can I help you with? Jimmy chuckled. The message came through. We're on approach. You said you wanted me to see this. His heart was up, putting the vest on. Come on. Good. Come on. He was in another part of the ship he'd never been in before. They'd gone towards the front of the ship, then he thought they'd headed towards the hall, and now they were in a deserted corridor. Most of these are gunnery access, Gergeron said, before Jeremy could ask, but there are also viewing chambers. Why? Gergeron chuckled. This is a hunter ship, Jer. It has seen its share of combat. I mean, the viewing rooms. What's the point of them when we can look outside from our screens? Because, he opened the door, nothing beats looking at it for real sometimes. He motioned Jeremy in. Nothing, so he stopped. The words stolen by the side beyond the clear wall. The station was big. He could tell that by the number of ships around it and how small they looked. But it wasn't its size that stunned him. It was its sleekness, the curves and lines. Unlike the previous two stations he'd seen, even the which even the least basic one had clear practicality in its design. This could be a work of architectural art. Ashgaran is a Saladin design, Gergeron said, moving Jeremy closer to the wall, and whatever else their failings are, they know how to design something nice to look at. But why? I understand building something efficient and making that look pleasing, but that has to be sacrificing a lot of that efficiency to look like this. To impress, I expect. Ashgoran is a Kersiteran word, the closest translation in Kelserian, as it mean a getting together of people or a place of many. The language is ancient and slight nuances can change the meaning. So the species with sounds outside my hearing range. Jeremy muttered. He shook his head at Galgran's look. Who do they have to impress? Everyone. This is an administrative station. Every species comes here at one point or another. Government representative, wealthy merchants, wealthy people. Anyone of influence or seeking to gain influence will come here, and they need to be properly impressed by the Federation. And they put that at the edge of Kelserian territory? Every border has one, and yes, they are all this impressive. Yeah, this wouldn't have been as impressive on a screen. Do we need to get in line with the other ships before docking? No. We were requested to be here. It's close enough to when the meeting will be with the Earthers scheduled. They will prioritize us. Shouldn't they have waited until you'd arrive before arranging a meeting? They should. Your grandstone was hard, but someone doesn't like me. They meddled? It always felt odd speaking like gods could act in their lives, but it was how his heart saw things. So he tried. You know what? I haven't put his name in a while. So Jeremy tried to adjust how he said them. He chuckled. Yeah, if I've done that, then Galgeron chuckled. This isn't the gods. It's that admiral I told you about. He made sure I had no time to enjoy myself once here. He added the stop at the incarceration center as if he wanted it to be impossible to arrive on time. His way of punishing me for rescuing you. Aren't I one of you? With being your heart? Yes, but he doesn't want to accept just Billiam could have sent one so far that your gods might have allowed it. I don't have gods. Jimmy stated. I know, but it's an excuse to make my life difficult. He's part of a segment of the leadership that doesn't like that hunters act independently of them, and he dislikes me in particular. Because you're the favored hunter? Jurgen groaned. Who told you about that? Jimmy grinned. I have a friend among the hunters, remember? The way he says it, you being favored by Helravnir is a reason many of them are in your crew. To be one of the hunters who is to be one of your hunters to know they will have worthwhile hunts. All hunts are worthwhile, Jurgen replied with a sigh. Jimmy rested against him. Is the interior as impressive as the outside? Oh, very much so. Jurgen grinned. Come on. As soon as we've docked, we're going in. If we wait for the welcoming committee, we'll be taken directly to our chambers, and then I'm going to have to sit in the adjudication room until it's my turn to sit at the table and face my accusers. This is your captain, Grand grinned at Jeremy as his voice sounded around them. The announcement went out throughout the ship. We are about to finalize docking at Ashgoran Station. I remind you that this is not a leisure stop. Only those who have received approval from the station are authorized to exit the ship. If you have not yet been approved, you should continue with your usual day. It's doubtful the Federation will have sped up its process enough for it to come through before we are on our way to Kelser. Those who have been approved do not linger. This is an administrative station. They expect efficiency, not leisure. As soon as he was done, he ushered Jeremy ahead of the small group waiting to exit. Less than a minute later, the clang of magnetic clamping sounded. Get ready, he said, grinning. As soon as there's enough space, slip through. I'll be right behind you. Jeremy was amused at how illicit this felt. Where am I going? Just run. We want to lose ourselves among the others before anyone official notices us. One day, the door thunked and began sliding out of the way. Jeremy was through slightly too fast and had to wait. Jeremy moved slightly too fast and had to wait until he could fit before taking off at a run among the people there. He forced himself to ignore the high ceiling that gave the impression of opening onto a sky with too much purple among the clouds to be a planet with the kind of atmosphere he could breathe. Jar! Gergran called, something out of breath. He looked over his shoulder and saw the strain of his heart's face. He stopped, looking around for anyone paying attention to him. Gergran was panting hard when he reached him. I didn't expect you to take off quite that early. He managed to chuckle. You said as soon as I could, and to run. I forgot how long you can run. You need to sit down? I'll be fine with walking. It's best we keep moving. Makes it harder for them to find us. What about scanners and recognition program? Can't they just use that to know where we are? Knowing where we are isn't the same as catching up to us. He had them take a turn, and we can't evade them forever. As much as I don't want to waste my time with it, I have to be in the chamber on time. You know what? Education. Where did I come across that? Oh, it's up here. So, education chamber. I don't want to waste too much time sitting there listening to other cases. They moved away from the passengers, disembarking and onto a more commercial promenade. Jeremy was amazed by the store. For an administrative station, it felt like there was a definite touristic aspect to them, impressing all those important people, like Gregoran said. They tried Kelserian-compatible foods, some that had Gagaran gagging by how sweet they were, while Jeremy found them pleasant. They enjoyed the Romanian meat paste that had spices mixed in instead of in a sauce, the way Kelserians did their flavoring. Then they walked among stores offering clothing from all species, but each one made by an artisan instead of printed. Some with cards explaining how each component of the fabric had been sourced from nature. Jeremy was impressed by the work, but not enough to pay for a set of Kersutaran clothing in his size. Even on Earth, where there was an industry for natural product, had had been plenty for him. His sister, Beth, on the other hand, loved going looking, loved searching for any clothing that had been made instead of printed. Are you okay? Gagarin asked, and Jeremy realized he'd been looking at something the card said was a Reosef humbling covering for a while. This looks like a human dress. My sister would have loved to see something like this, made from scratch. Gagarin placed an arm over his shoulder. You can send a message. I understand that you miss your family, even with what your parents did. Maybe. When we're back on the ship. There you are. Came a severe voice, speaking federalized. You are making things needlessly complicated. Jeremy recognized the Saladin, but was surprised the alien was half his size. The description had said they were short, but he hadn't expected them to be quite that short. They wore pale covering that had the feel of overalls to him. The exposed skin was mostly pinkish gray, but also had reds and blues in places, shifting back to the gray. Their skin changed color with their emotions, the description had said, and they had the description had said, and they had been, and there had been an extensive list of what each combination meant that he bypassed. You have my apologies, Gagarin replied. There was no one when we exited, and since we are early, I thought my heart would like to visit your wonderful station. You aren't early, they said. Patches of yellow becoming visible. The instructions are to show you to your chambers on arrival, then for you to wait within to be called to the with the others, not to dally around. Again, you have my apologies. Lead us to our chambers. And that concludes chapter 82 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. If you didn't feel like listening to my advice, is definitely helping you prepare for all that in read and correct stuff. Probably wasn't the right guy for the fanfic stuff. The stays for it. And you're out to chill, enjoy this session. Cool. Have a good day. And thank you for dropping by. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 22 allies. We're going up against 28 enemies, and we are off. Let's see. Gatorpaw starts us in the lead. Q is in second. Catacrack is in third, and I guess I'm not getting any assists. And we're done. We've won. QS Creates is in first place, 5 kills, 6 assists. Gator Paws is in second place with 10 kill. Corrupt is in third, 4 kill, 4 assist. We've got fairies, and oh, wait, Decanizer is no longer there. Nothing else is being claimed, so Catacrack gets stabbed. Zukir Fuhrer Daroran gets dusted, and Cuddles gets gold. And we move on to the next map, the Super Boss map. And we start with a hard battle on the way to the Super Boss. Alright, do we have range in here? Really? No range whatsoever? A second battle in a row? Alright, that's... Let's try this again. Because I got no real... I don't know of any other options to get boosts. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start on another chapter. Confirming that microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 33 of Stepping Wild. You're back? Mirka sounded surprised. I said I'd return. They snorted. Tibbs undressed. The leathersmith had handed him a leather jerkin and shirt the day before, made of leftovers from her other works, since he'd said he wouldn't care. They would offer no protection against the dungeon creature, so he decided to do the run nude and spare himself having to explain more destroyed clothing while being barely injured. And clothing was one of the more common loot in the cache. He'd made his dungeon attire out of those. He'd make his dungeon attire out of those. He removed his bracers and placed them on the shelf by the entrance. You aren't wearing the armor? Furman asked. I'll take what I find in the cache. He took the sword and shield. You know I don't control what they'll contain. You won't control, he corrected, but that's fine. But it's fine. I know what to expect from your creatures now. Something's rather confident, Mirko said smugly. He shrugged. I won all our fights. He stepped into the tile room that marked the start of the maze. Only because you cheated. He smirked and set about reaching the boss room. Tibbs deflected the snake's headbutt, which still staggered him back. He leaped over the other head, and as it snapped at his legs, cutting it off before landing, he watched the remaining head, ready for the coming essence attack. Come on, he muttered in exasperation, as he sensed the corruption essence rising along the snake's body. Think, Mirka. The essence paused, and the snake's surprised expression looked oddly out of place on such a bestial face. What do you mean, think? You think you're smarter than I am? He didn't answer that quick. Okay, that's... He didn't answer that question. I know you aren't thinking this act through. Well, he while he didn't want them to realize their mistake, he also hoped to save the leather armor chest and rough clothing pants he'd managed to keep intact after finding them. Really? The snake's narrowing eyes looked too people-like. He didn't hold out much hope. Think, Murka. He screamed and spit the corruption at him, lunging after the attack. Maw wide. Maw wide. He stepped out of the way of the corruption only enough to save his shield and sword, then cut the overconfident head off. You're cheating! They screamed as the head's roll came to a stop and moss started growing over it. I told you to think. Once it was covered, it deflated the way a water skin did when the water was let out. And quickly it was nothing more than another patch of moss on the ground. Still no creature drops. But Tibbs didn't bring that up. He didn't need the coins. That was to distract me, they snapped. He shrugged. He couldn't force them to pay attention to what he told them. He walked past the chest and stood before the section of the wall that had a subtly different composition. Is this the door to the second floor? Beyond the wall, firmness wasn't as defined and spread over roughly twice the distance as the maze. It's where my extension will start. Extension? He'd never heard that relating to dungeons. He shifted his attention down and realized the dungeon's essence structure didn't go any deeper than the mudroom three times his height. Even the boss room was no deeper. The essence the snake was made of only taking a little over his height. The part of me, those who defeat this room can venture through in search of more strength and reward. Why aren't you putting that under the floor? There's nothing below, just earth, air, water, hardly any fever, slightly more crystal, and, oh, my reach must have extended. I never noticed metal there. The pause felt surprised. When's the last time that happened? So you stay above because you're a wood dungeon? I'm not a wood dungeon. Is that a thing? They called. There's motion around him. It's all made of wood. The snake wasn't. Neither were the animals. But it's still mostly wood. Even the woodlings are made of almost entirely of wood essence. It's what I have the most of. Until the first person died, I barely had enough fever to make a few animals. They paused again. They seem to be more clever than people. Not a lot of them die in my traps. They might be too light to trigger the tiles. Or because the plates in the mud room, or cause the mud plates in the room to shift. My point is, that I'm not a anything dungeon, if that's even a thing. I am me. I use what I have access to. But there's a lot more earth under you than wood around you. But pillars of earth are going to be ugly among the trees. But they make sense for a floor under you. And how do you expect trees to survive there? I can't spend all my light essence for them. I have better use for it. For them? Wait. I can't spend all my life essence on them. On them. I have better use for it. Why are you so adamant there be a floor under me? He closed his mouth because that's how dungeons are. That was Guild thinking. By standing within Furman, he was proved wrong. I guess, he admitted, is because it's all I've known. Every dungeon I've been in, or heard of, is in a mountain and have floors. And has floors. Well, I'm in a forest, and spreading wide is what feels natural to me. For me. Yeah, to me. The silent there made Tibbs smile. He took the sword out of the chest and pulled it from its scabbard. The blade was simple, but the balance good. Its length was mostly exactly what he liked. Who brought a sword in like this? No one. I played with the shapes of the knives until I had something the woodling could wield. Since the knives were metal, I also put some made of metal in the loot list. He placed the old one in the chest. I'll be keeping this. The tavern owner wasn't the only one staring at him as he walked to the counter with a stag over his shoulder. "Well, put that there," he ordered when Tibbs was about to drop it for the man. What are you doing? Oh, what are you bringing in that here for? So you'll prepare it, feed it to the village? He figured something larger would be better for them. Already village there, so. Do I look like I'm set to do anything with that? You hunters deal with whatever needs to be done and then bring me the meat. A woman froze in the process of standing from the table when Tibbs looked in her direction. I can deal with it? Her fear made the offer uncertain. She looked too strong and wizened for her to be afraid of him. If you don't have the time? The owner went back to serving his customers. I'd rather go back out, Tibbs said. She cleared the counter and ignored the barkeep's glaring, motioning for Tibbs to place it there. She examined the cut in the neck. That's clean. It's a sharp knife you have. She continued looking the carcass over. A sword. I left it in my camp. He added at her surprised expression. There's no arrow wound. Did you kill it with a sword? He nodded, and she stared at him before her eyes went to the mended rip in the hide shirt shoulder. I chased it to exhaustion, he said. I thought it was done for when it dropped, but had enough energy to try and gouge me when I got close. That part was true enough. He'd gotten careless and approached before he'd fully drained it of its life essence and paid for it. Where are you hunting? She asked in awe. I haven't seen such a healthy buck in years. How far from the village do you go? The fearful look she gave him was answer enough. They were all so scared of going deep into the forest they'd hunted all the healthy animals away. Maybe he could help them reclaim some of it. I went in the deer, walked slightly more than half the day before making my camp. That was in the opposite direction from Fearman. They should be safe, other than the dangerous animals that populated the forest. I saw signs there's a bear and some large cats, so be careful of those. That would put them at the ready for the larger animal he'd sense. Nadir? A man at the closest table asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Kinda odd. The guard said he watched you head zenith bound when you left the road. I started in that direction, he confirmed. Nadir from there would keep me too close to the village and the farms. I did a circuit, Sunset Ward, then headed Nadir. I figured I'll continue Sunrise in a few days. The suspicion didn't leave the man's face. Can you take me there? I'd love to see such a good hunting grounds. The man's lack of subtlety was amusing. Tibbs chuckled. When I leave the village, it's because I'm done dealing with people. And he couldn't pass himself off as a competent tracker to anyone with experience. We can go now. You're back, so you must be fine. I'm back, Tibbs hardened his tone, because I figured the village would enjoy this buck, not because I felt like seeing people again. The woman spoke before the man could reply. Are you sure it's safe to hunt there? He shrugged. No forest is entirely safe, but I didn't come across anything I couldn't explain, he added, figuring it was the actual question, and to silence the man. What do you want in exchange? I promised the hide to the leathersmith. If you can get them to her, she's making me clothing as payment. That's all? She looked the carcass over. He ran a hand through his growing beard. Does anyone have an obsidian knife? She stared at him. What's obsidian? A crystal-like stone. If she had to ask, he'd have to make do without. He looked at his reflection in the sheet of water he kept up before him, and took a fistful of his beard. He hoped this worked, because the only other way he could think of was fire, and he knew from experience fire was too hungry for hair to be used safely. What are you doing? Furman asked as Tibbs molded a purity essence into a line. Molded the purity essence into a line. I've been capitalizing this. I don't even remember if I should. Just an etching would be better, but he never worked on one that made use of the element's destructive property. Shaving? He paused. Do you know what obsidian is? No. Can you check if Mirka does? Mirka will not be interested in answering any question from you. He nodded and brought up the line between his fingers and chin. The issue wasn't simply to remove the excess hair, but having the end result look intentional. Trimming his own beard was harder than shaving it off, and was one reason he didn't keep a beard. But in this case, he'd have to endure the pain of raw purity ripping the essence away from his face at the same time as the hair. And it was slow. Unlike fire, purity didn't hurry. He'd never asked the clerics why that was, but expected the answer would be something to the effect of, "Work well done can't be done fast." "Why don't you just let it fall?" Furman asked. "They don't need help for that." "But I can't control when they fall." "Then why let it grow?" The line was too straight. It was like swinging a sword at a piece of lumber in an attempt to make it look like a person posing. Not something accomplished without more skill than he had. The best he'd manage was to end up looking like a villain in a bard's song. I don't control that. People don't. But you have all those elements. But not fever. From what I've learned, is the one element I need to control my body. Then get it. He shuddered at the memory and still his hand. It's not that easy. You gained one here easily enough because you tried to kill me. I hadn't planned on it. An audience needs specific circumstances. And a dungeon killing you is one of them? This cut made a sharp angle where it met the previous one. Any sharper, and someone might cut themselves running a hand through his beard. That's the last way I'd want it to happen. He could cut through that, but then all he'd do was make his beard look like a faceted gem. Nearly killing triggered an extreme emotion, which is one of the needed component. Then you lied to me. What? He looked towards the door, since he had no direction to look at the voice. You told me that this is a run, but if my creatures or Mirka kill you, you'll have another audience in return. No. He considered what might actually happen. I might have an audience, but Wood gave me a boon so I could survive what you'd done. I don't think I'll get a second one. I think she did it specifically because it happened while I wasn't trying to have an audience. It was a chance to continue on my journey, after all. I expect she wants me to see to my own growth. I guess I have no choice but to wait and see what happens when you die. Tibbs smirked. If I die. The thunk sounded as Tibbs stepped forward, and only realized he'd stepped back when the pain erupted along his arm instead of the wall of spears ripping him apart. When he could think through the pain, he cursed himself for omega-level inattentiveness. He used a pair of pants he'd taken from the cache to stench a flow of blood. So much for having a spare set when the already damaged one became unwearable. He looked at the tiles where he'd stepped and frowned. He hadn't misstepped. That had been a safe tile. You made changes. You've gotten comfortable enough crossing the room. I thought it would get you. He tied the pants over the injury. It almost did. The pain subsided into numbness. His shield arm was out of the run. Was out for the rest of this run. He crouched, looking over the floor. If you're going to make changes between runs, I say you should add an element runners can use to work out where the triggers are. They are going to exhaust themselves before they encounter creatures, having to test each one each time. Say what you want. Furman replied, smug. The rules are that runners have to be able to cross the room. They still can. If they want an easy test, they can go to another dungeon. Tibbs ran before the bubble of essence reached the snake's mouth. He had no idea what element it was, which meant he couldn't get caught in the blast. Stopped and changed direction as the crystal shards left the mouth and shattered on the wall where he would have been. Mirka was getting good at tracking him, but not anticipating changes. I'm glad you're thinking now, he said, using the time the snake frowned to cut the head off and head for the chest. Ignoring Mirka's protest, he cheated. He only had one usable arm, so it was the only way he could have one. The chest contained furs. He closed it. Is it okay if I practice channeling wood here? I don't think you can count on Mirka to help you this time, and I'm not keeping you from wandering into my traps if you leave the room. That shouldn't be a problem. After last time, I have a good handle on how to remain myself while channeling the element. Then go ahead. Stop! Hi, Mirka. Tibbs followed the line of essence through the wall that needed to be adjusted. That was a good fight. He'd asked Furman why they'd let this deteriorate, but the dungeon hadn't answered. He had ignored him, since the dungeon wasn't so vast, yet they could move someplace and not hear him. I said stop, they said in exasperation, something ahead of him. I need to resolve this, Furman. Will you stop before you get yourself killed? He stopped. You don't want me to die anymore? Yes, but not in a trap, which you're about to walk into. He looked around. He didn't know where in the maze he was. That was for after he'd fixed the problem. He sensed where he'd been headed, and, as Mirka warned, the floor was littered with triggers. Thank you. I'll watch where I step. They snorted. I don't think you can notice anything right now unless there's something wrong with it. What's so captivating about that essence? Why is Furman letting it degrade like that? They usually seem too careful to let something like this happen. Furman is working on the expansion, and only the minimum needed to... Working on the expansion only keeps... The minimum needed to maintain this one is... What am I doing? You're the one who owes me answers. What question do you want me to answer? This was more immediate than the wall. What was that thing about me thinking? You weren't just distracting me, were you? I was simply pleased that you were finally paying attention to the right element to use against me. What are you talking about? You used crystal. Yes. They sounded unsure. Didn't you use it because you realized it was one of the elements that could hurt me? It was the next element I hadn't tried against you. Oh. He overcame the disappointment. This was an opportunity to help them grow. You need to pay attention. You can sense the elements I have, right? Yes. And didn't you notice that anytime you use one of them against me, they didn't hurt me? No, you were... I wasn't cheating. Furman said so. I didn't do anything. It's just something that comes with me having that element. That's not true. You cut yourself on the thicket, and the spears rip your arms open. You need to pay attention, Mirka. I said how if I gain an element in a dungeon, I don't gain the immunity. It's breaking the rules or something. So, they trailed off. I have to use wood to kill you, or an element you don't have. Or one I gained in a dungeon. Which ones are those? They smiled, proud of their attempt. I think you can figure out ways of working that out. When Mirka didn't reply, Tibbs returned his attention to the wall. The trees shouldn't be hampered by Furman's attention at being elsewhere, or their need for more essence. You're just telling me that because wood is changing how you think, aren't you? They asked, as Tibbs moved to the next run. He faced their voice again. Yes. I was counting on me urging you to help you work it out with this fight. I thought you had. You don't think much of me, do you? Tibbs was puzzled by the question and the defeated tone. I think a great deal of you, Mirka. You helped Furman with a lot of what they had to learn to become the dungeon they are. I just think you still have a lot of growing to do when it comes to fights, and I'm sorry if I've made you feel like you should be smarter. Ganny is the only other helper I've known, and it left me with expectations. But let me tell you, there is no way she'd be able to fight like you. Fine, they said, sounding exasperated. If you ever bring this up, I'm going to convince Furman to spare you with all the wood essence he has. Why do you sound angry? Oh, and I'm the dumb one. I never said that. I know, they sighed. Tell me why you're alone. You don't need to hear that. He pushed the suggestion brought up aside and focused on what mattered. You want me to be better, don't you? Mirko asked, distracting him from the essence. I need to know what happened to you for that. He swallowed the pain. I don't, but if it helped them, I put my obsession before my friends. How did you do that? Please, he whispered, his eyes stung. Why would you do that? This pain couldn't be worth helping them. He pushed it down before. I won't be able to grow without knowing that. He needed to put their needs before it. He didn't matter. His pain didn't matter. What he'd done to his friend didn't matter. Only he swallowed the anguish, but hung on that sense. His friends mattered. They were a part of him. Some things more important than his memories of them. Some things were more important than his memories of them, but they would always matter. Only the elements could think they didn't. And Tibbs wasn't the element. You played a dangerous game, Mirka, he whispered. They snorted. That's the worst you can do? Gotten all hot? Furman, what's the worst you could do? Gotten all hot? Furman would have noticed and he'd have spared you. You'd be dead and I wouldn't have to deal with you again. Since that didn't work, how about you take yourself outside? I believe your run's over. Tibbs didn't contradict them. They didn't point out that what he'd used before was only a small portion of the fire he could bring to bear. He let them think. He didn't see through the dismissiveness that he didn't understand. Mirko had helped him. He left the dungeon. And that concludes chapter 33 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Royal Road for free. If you want to support me and read ahead of Royal Road by, I don't know, at least a dozen chapters, possibly more at this point, that is on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. 6. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 24 allies. We're going up against 50 enemies. And we are off. Gator Paws is in first place. Q is in second. Corrupt is in third. Come on, people. I need 2 assists. Look, I'm glad for the kills, but I'd like assists. Come on, I need 1 more assist. Menag. Why do I keep flipping the letters? Menag is in first place. Gator Paws is in second. Corrupt is in third. There we go. I've got my assist. More than I need, but I'll never refuse more. And I killed an epic. And we're done. We've won. Gator Paws is in first place, 16 kill, 5 assist. Menag is in second place, 4 kill, 13 assist. And Corrupt is in third, 11 kill, 5 assist. We've got gold, we've got lancers, we've got rogues. We've got nobody claiming those. So, our Citron Jaune is getting robbed. The QS creates, gets lanced, and Menag gets gold. And we move on. I said we move on, there we go, to a hard battle on the way to the super boss. And I have to clear a quest. bombers. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start my next read and correct by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 34 of Stepping Wild. The guard's wariness as they approached the village gate gave way to a smirk. Those in the street stared at him. In the half-packed tavern, let's go filled. Packed is... In the half-filled tavern, he was ignored only long enough for Joman to notice him, then called out loudly. They stared at the man, then Tibbs, and kept staring at him. The leathersmith met him at the counter as he dropped the hides on it. She didn't look at them. "Do you need help with shaving that?" Her chuckle was bordering on full-on laughter. On full-on laughter. He ran his finger through his too angular beard. "The caravan left with my shaving knife." "Maybe you should let it grow instead of hacking it with a sword?" She studied it. "Did you just hold it tough and cut?" He shrugged. "I don't like it too long." She smiled. "I have a sharp knife. If you'll sit down, I can have your cheeks smooth enough. Smooth enough? Why did that? Everyone will want to kiss them." He snorted. "That's reason enough for me to refuse, but thank you." She gathered the hides. I'll bring you the clothing I made you. I'll bring the clothing I made you tonight." He spent the week working at Mother Natural's farm and having to evade her offers for her to shave him. The villagers left him alone. This is really alone, but Joman's loud greeting were getting almost as bothersome as his stalking. The men's woman, on the other hand, only looked at Joman with the kind of love that brought Krosef and Jackal to mind. The following melancholy made that meal difficult to finish. When he told Mother Natural he was going hunting, she ordered him to be back in time for the harvest and warned him that if he didn't get rid of the ugly beard, she was burning it off. That threat had him consider a way to remove his beard. He rearranged his camp on arriving. With the harvest only weeks away, the cold season would be here shortly, and he didn't want to count on Furman to protect the items he left there when he returned to the village. With that done, he sat and pushed fire essence into his knife. "Why are you doing that?" the dungeon asked. He kept his attention on the essence, heating up the blade. Metal reacted oddly with fire essence. It wasn't consumed, the way most other essences were when there was enough of the fire, but it absorbed wasn't even close to what this felt like. The essence mingled. Arcanus formed in each of the elements, and so long as there wasn't too much fire, the metal absorbed its characteristic. If there was too much, the Arcanus broke apart and the metal behaved like thick water. "That's what you are doing." He chuckled. "Sorry, this should let me trim my beard to something less ridiculous." That seems complicated. Just make a blade of fire essence. But that doesn't hold the fire back, and I don't know if I'll be able to control its hunger as it touches my beard. And putting the essence into the metal controls it up to a point, which is why I'm paying attention. I I can destroy the blade with too much, and even before that, the fire can run off it if it touches something it's hungry for, like my beard. The, he formed a mirror out of the water and carefully cut his beard. Bring the hot blade as close to his skin as he could stand. It cut well, but the stink of burnt hair was horrible. When he was done, he had a roughly even beard, the fingers' thickness. His hand came away with ash when he ran it through, but a splash of water removed that, and the stink remained. He expected the villagers would still comment on it, but it wouldn't be to tell him how ridiculous he looked. About the next run. Satisfied, he let the mirror dissolve. I'd like to talk over a change. Firmer's response was cautious. I'm listening. I've beaten Murkoff 5 times now. That means I've cleared the floor that often. When I was an Omega runner, that's about how many runs it took for me to graduate to Upsilon, to gain my element. I think it's fair to say I'm there now. You want to do the runs with your elements. The dungeon stone wasn't approving. Just one, I'd be an Upsilon runner. Or as close to one as I can be. I'd have one element, and it would be the only one I used. Oh, what element? He thought it over. Water is the first element I started with. I'll pick different one for each run, but I'll start with this one. I need to think it over. See what Mirka has to say, what rules are regarding runners with elements. You know they're just going to refuse. Possibly, but Mirka is the only one I know with information on how this should work. Without arguments, Furman would care for. He nodded. I'll see you in the morning, then. He headed into the forest to hunt himself food. He stepped into the dungeon naked, holding his bracers. The cache for them was not empty. We considered your suggestion, Furman said as Tibbs took the medallion out and placed his bracers in. Its reserve was water. If you are an Upsilon runner, not only do you have one element, but the reserve isn't as deep as yours. Mirka didn't know how much it should hold, just that it isn't a lot. Compared to his reserve, this contained nothing. Trying to compare it to his bracers didn't help. Essence didn't occupy space in a container the way ale did. He could look into 2 tankards and see which levels were different and know which had more. And work out roughly how much they had. Essence was and wasn't. How the reserves were made affected how much it contained. How much reserve? How the reserves were made. Let's try this. While how the reserves were made affected how much it contained. And that told him how filled each was. It told him nothing of how much essence it contained. He'd have to be able to sense the details of how the reserves were made, as well as what essence meant. He'd yet to come across a book with that information. The one thing he could tell was that the essence in the medallion wasn't as dense. It meant that even if they had if they had been the same size, the medallion would contain less. Not that it told him how much it had. Using it would be how he worked out that worked out. Using it would be how we worked that out, much the same way an Epsilon runner figured out how to use their reserve. There was one thing. Something's different. While he couldn't sense their detail, since there were too many elements involved he didn't have involved in making the reserve, he'd sense enough of them to get a feel for the structure. It's like harder? It was the best word he could think of. Did you think I was going to let you put essence back in as you use it? Mirka asked with a snort. Runners can't do that. We can. You try to figure out more about that hardness. But you're right. Epsilon Runner wouldn't have learned that. They learn around row. But most of us work it out by ourselves before that. Epsilon is about working with what we have. There, they snapped. You can't argue for preferential treatment. Pulled the essence out as he put the medallion on and studied it. The hardness did something to it. It didn't feel like his essence or Furman's. That was what he changed when he made someone else's essence his. He took essence from around him and made it his, then tried to refill the reserve. It resisted. A thread made it in when he put most of his will behind it, but hardly more than it should absorb naturally. He could speed things up, but nowhere near enough it would make a difference to his run. He worked with the medallion's essence, testing how it not being his affected his control, then returned it in. He pulled all of it out and coated himself. The best test he knew to find out how much essence he had. It was thin, and even iced, it barely provided any protection. He could will it as hard as he needed, but that left him vulnerable to the dungeon, causing him to lose his focus. He returned it to the reserve, and as expected, I don't need the he. As expected, it didn't refill completely. There was always a loss, even when it wasn't used against anything. He set about pushing water in as he took the sword and shield from the alcove. It might not be enough to make a difference, but he'd take everything he could get away with. So that's why you took water, Mirka complained as Tibbs walked on the path of water instead of the triggers under it as he made his way to the room's cache. It's more about how I use the essence. With practice, runners can work out their own version of other elements' effect with nearly any of them. He expected there were ways to do so with purity, but he'd yet to make it do more than heal and destroy. They snorted. I'd like to see you cross this room with air as your element. He smiled. If Furman gives me permission, I can show you. You're the one who argued for him to be limited, the dungeon stated. It's boasting. There's no way it can spread the air like that. Air doesn't do that. Let it. I want to hear its excuse when it fails. You're ignoring how clever Tibbs is, but since you agreed, you have my permission to use air to show Mirka how you do it. It was only a strand of essence he pulled out once he channeled the element. To the spirit of the agreement, he wanted to do this with no more than the water essence he had access to. The disc was no larger than his foot, and he needed to apply his will to make it sufficiently hard. He'd learned through many falls that air was difficult to make solid, but not impossible. The main difference with water was how many he could make and support his weight. 4 was how many he figured he'd be able to do with the essence he had. He put his foot on the first to test it, then moved the 3 in line for the cache. They weren't enough to reach it, but that was a simple fix. As that was simple to fix. As he stepped onto the second one, he moved the first to the next spot ahead and kept doing that until he made it to the wall. That's not how you did it with water, Mirka stated. Tibbs absorbed the air into his deep reserve. It's the air version of it. You said, leave it, Mirka, Furman said. You were wrong, and he demonstrated it. Tibbs put the belt on. It would be better if he had pants, but this kept his hand free. Tibbs landed and rolled to his feet as the heat of the fireball that had nearly burned him faded. He threw the spike of ice at the serpent's head, and it didn't move fast enough, and the ice impaled it. Resisting the urge to grow the ice and rip the head apart from the inside was difficult, but beyond what an Upsilon runner could manage. And he didn't need it. Only one head could spew essence at a time, and he could sense it moving up, warning him when Mirka would attack, if not what the attack would look like. Mirka could pause the essence, but not send it back. Once started, it had to finish before another head could start its attack. He ran to the head that had loosed the fireball and slid on the water, cutting it deep as he passed, absorbing what he slid on, and the ice on, and the ice spike still left him with less than he'd like. Mirka wasn't attacking to burn him. They were using the heat to take away his water. That essence reacted to fire by moving fast, and the attack also distracted him from keeping hold of all of it. He sidestepped the head that came at him, maw wide, only for it to jerk and his side hit him. Sending him back. He rolled to his feet, the armor protecting him from the skid, and grinned. You're learning. Tibbs snorted, and a bundle of essence Tibbs couldn't identify moved up to the other head. That one couldn't take much more damage, and once removed, he'd make quick work of the last one. He ran toward it as the maw opened, counting on Mirka not adjusting the aim in time, and threw himself up. Fortunately, the ball of essence that left the maw expanded. He couldn't see it, so it wouldn't be instantly deadly, but he readied himself for pain. He wasn't ready for his hand being pulled away from him as it entered the expanding ball, for his arm to compress as it too joined it. All of him was pulled and pushed at the same time, or so it felt like, and the scream sounded strange, far and close. He couldn't make sense of what he knew had to be the serpent, but he was still heading toward it, even if it looked kingdoms away. He still had his sword. He still held his sword that seemed shiny and new. It still works, and rusting apart, so he focused through the pain on keeping his hand closed on the pommel and raising his mangled arm ahead of him. Whatever element this was, this is the thing. It can be void. Void is about distances, is about time. And all of this actually works. Whatever this element was, he should still be heading for Mirka, regardless of how far they seemed to be. He was out of the bubble and momentarily surprised at how close he was, but adjusted his sword in time to cut through the neck. Then he crashed on the floor. He couldn't get himself to move. His body was back the way it should be, but he felt refreshed and utterly exhausted, like he'd been pummeled to pulp and massaged to rejuvenation. He hadn't lost any essence, but the way his body had been stretched and compressed had caused damage, although not as much as he expected. I am going to remove the certainty. Going over what he'd read, he thought this was what experience's raw void essence was. He did not want to go through that again. His sword was half as long as it had been, and the end rusted blunt, but the hilt and a hand's worth of the blade's edge was gleaming with how sharp it seemed to be. "You don't look so good," Mirka said with a surprising lack of sarcasm. He forced himself to his feet. "I felt better. I guess that's one of the more effective attacks then. Please tell me you aren't still throwing them at random and hoping it'll hurt me." "Oh, no." A bundle of fire moved up the serpent's throat. "I know exactly what to hurt you. I know exactly how to hurt you. But it's good to see that what other elements do to you. You know, learning, growing, and all that." "Do we have enough water essence?" "Doubtful. This was going to hurt regardless of what he did, but so long as he could walk out of the dungeon or just limp out, he'd win the run. He ran at the fire, etching all the water essence ahead of him. He couldn't make anything complex, but a few waves to disperse some of the fire, and his will to delay it overwhelming his etching, and it should work. The heat burned him before the fireball. His water shield didn't seem to reduce its intensity. He couldn't see beyond it, and still couldn't once pass through it. He used the sense of the serpent's essence to adjust his aim, and the sharpness was such that he wasn't sure he cut through as he fell to the floor, the leather armor cracking and falling off, until he sensed the head fall and roll away. Then wood essence creep over it and ferment absorb it. "You could have killed yourself," Mirka said, and Tibbs had to be imagining the worry. "I didn't." Speaking hurt. He crawled to the wall and used it to stand. He used it for support to the chest. "I can walk out." He reached it. "I win." "You could have died." He was definitely imagining the worry. Opening the chest hurt. "I'm a runner. It's going to happen one day." He took the sword and slowly made his way out of the dungeon. And that concludes Chapter 34 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to support me and read ahead of that, that is on Ream Story. We're about a dozen chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. time makes that 31st. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 23 allies. We're going up against 35 enemies. Oh wait, we're not starting yet. But Manag is in first place. Mialfa takes that over. Manag is there again. Mialfa is in second. Project Rage is in third. Manag is in first. Mialfa is in second. Project is in second. Mialfa is now in third. And with that, we're done. We've won. Actually, you know what? I should probably look into my blobs. Manag is in first place, 2 kill, 22 assists. Project Raged is in second place, 19 assists. And Mialfa is in third, 3 kill, 9 assists. We've got Busters, Lancers, and Bombers, and no one claiming them. Show. Cubist Creates gets bombed. Manag gets lanced. And Echo of the Wild gets busted. What is taking place in the wild for them to be busted? And we move on to an insane battle on the way to the super boss. Yep, you've reset. So, time to put you on the board. Need to check in on a quest. There we go. And half an hour to see how this turns out. An hour. Alrighty, and I will start on this morning's last chapter by confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 35 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs formed another etching of purity and applied it to yet another of the injuries it gained during the run. He so missed the near-instant full-body healing and suffusing gave him. That was stupid, Mirka snapped. Not the first time I've been told that. The etching sped things up, but one only dealt with an injury and the surrounding area before running out. Some were also spent on part that didn't need healing. Some essence was also spent on part that didn't need healing. He'd yet to work out how the work out the arcanous arrangement that caused an etching to only focus on the damage. That meant he needed to judge which of the injury needed to be healed first, and that wasn't always as obvious as what leaked more essence. His essence mixing within his body could lead to damage of its own that could exhaust him if it went too long. There had been a few close calls where he'd almost fallen unconscious before finding the right one to heal. Is the last time going to be because you don't listen and it kills you? Don't you want me dead? The chuckle broke his The chuckle broke his concentration, and he had to rebuild the etching. I want to be the one to do it, not some trap you're too injured to notice. You're always on me to think, were you? When you threw yourself into my fireball? I've been burned worse. They snorted. I believe that. I can see that if what's in the chest is good enough, you'll walk through fire until you're ash trying to get it. He focused on healing himself. He was feeling the strain of so many etching, but he thought it was only tiredness. He couldn't sense any place inside him where the essence might mix. You barely made it out. Mirka sounded reproachful. But I did. It's what counts. The traps. The trap they'd referred to was because Tibbs had forgotten Furman had changed the triggers on that first corridor. He'd moved out of the way in time, not to be skewered by the wall of spears, but not fast enough to keep his arm from being opened up badly enough. He'd trailed blood the rest of the way and had to heal that as soon as he'd step out, instead of waiting to reach his camp. How did you ever survive your runs? Mirka demanded, disgusted. I'm clever. The smartness of the tone immediately vanished. I had a great team. You don't have one now, they snapped. How about you stop being clever and start being smart? How about you let me focus on my healing so I can sleep? Do a good job. I want you at your best when I kill you. The stiffness was an imagination. The healing had taken far longer than he'd anticipated, ruining his plan for another run before returning to the village. But there was no damage left, so he shouldn't feel as he did. He rolled his shoulder under the deer carcass. As the village gate came into view. Maybe Mirka's statement had merit. He needed to be smarter about the runs. Jumping through the fire had seemed like his best play, even knowing how much damage it could do. But had it been? With Mirka getting better, he had to put more thought into his strategies. The guard eyed him warily, and he felt the eyes on him the entire way to the tavern. I can't do anything with this, the leathersmith said. Why didn't you at least skin it? Get one of the hunters to do it. He barely kept from snapping. My hunts didn't go well, and I was lucky to come across this one as I came back. I couldn't take the time with the harvest almost here. Hunter's going to ask for payment, so I won't have much left to make you clothing out of. He almost told her he didn't care about any clothing. Maybe he was tired enough to justify it, but she might still be suspicious. No one let their work go unpaid. He put minimum effort into haggling himself a pair of pants made of the scrap hides. Why Mother Natrell ordered him to be present for the harvest, Tibbs couldn't understand. As far as he could tell, the entire village was in the field, this was to punish him, he decided, as he followed Joman's instruction in tying and standing the bundle of wheat for them to be collected once the cutting was done. It was the work most did, with only a few trusted with the sickles. Even with everyone helping, it was better part of 2 weeks before all the farms were harvested. He fell onto his cot each night exhausted. Other than not having to heal himself when they were done, this took as much out of him as the runs. Cheers ran through the tavern in spite of the rain, or maybe because of it. They'd beaten it in storing the wheat to the barn. They were soaked from the run to the tavern afterward, but that didn't matter. The wheat was dry, ale flowed, and songs were sung off key. Harvesting ones, as best that Tibbs could tell. As amusing as this was, Tibbs was planning ahead. The wheat grain still had to be separated from the shaft, and there would be more after that, beyond storing it, but he hoped to be back in the forest before that. The tankard was placed before him. Good time, isn't it? The man said, sitting across from Tibbs. He was one of the villagers' hunter, one of those who kept their distances, always eyed him suspiciously. He was among the older ones, and while they hadn't spoken before, Tibbs had gotten the sense from overheard conversations that this man held strong resentment against the mysterious creature of the forest. Tibbs shrugged. Isn't any harvest that goes without problem worth the celebration? He couldn't remember seeing the men in the fields, but they had been spread far. He considered the tankard. The content was far stronger than ale, but more importantly, accepting it meant he agreed to what had brought the men to his table. He removed the corruption from it, as well as the wood elements he could now sense would also cause intoxication. He still sipped it cautiously. There were other essences there he couldn't identify. It's not that complicated. The man said casually, cut it down, stack it, store it. It's not like hunting. That's skilled work. Tip shrugged. If there was tension between the farmers and hunters, he wanted no parts of it. You seem comfortable in the forest. The man eyed him over his tankard, and Tibbs doubted he imagined the suspicion in the look. I know what I'm capable of. I stay away from the animals that will kill me and exercise patience in hunting those I'll kill. I find that's enough. But you've got to know where they are to avoid them, don't you? The man smiled. Nowhere safe to hunt, he thought. He pulled a rolled hide from out of sight and unrolled it on the table. The villager was a rough representation in the center, as were the farms. Ground farms from sunrise to nadir around it. The fields looked too large to be a proper representation from what Tibbs remembered of working them. The man's expression turned sly. Why don't you share that with the rest of us? There were the other hunters. Where were the other hunters, if this was for all of them? If he marked the safe place, those left would be the unsafe one, the places to look for that creature which had taken some of them. He was tempted to give the man what he wanted. It wasn't Tibbs's responsibility if the men purposely went looking to die. But while not a hunter, not a, sorry, while not a runner, a hunter was better equipped than most to survive Fearman's first floor, to return with stories and start the cycle of runs that ended with the guild learning of the dungeon's existence. But if he marks Fearman's location as one of the safe one, he ran the risk of people going there, and too many would die before the guild found out. Far too many after that. You have charcoal? The man eagerly handed Tibbs a sharpened stick. He marked areas on the map, starting Sunrise Ward above the road and moving zenith, then sunset, nadir, and returning sunrise. Except for three, they were where he sensed and found large predators. He tapped the one of those where he'd written boar. That's for bear. He doubted the man knew his letters, but the arcanist made for an easy to identify symbol. Made for easy to identify symbols. That's for the wildcats. He tapped cobb, the wolf pack, more. I don't know how large the animals make their territory there. There were other symbols there, but he figured the man had gotten the point. And I'm adding that mainly because there's a lot more dangerous animals than those three. And I'm not going through the list. The man frowned. But where is it safe to go? Tip shrugged. Anywhere that's not close to their territories? He motioned to where there were large gaps between areas. He made sure none of those were near Furman. I didn't come across signs of large predators in those places. If you want something closer, you can work with the other hunters to remove one of them. Those are just animals. The animal said under his breath. It's what I saw while hunting or exploring for better hunting spots. He looked at Tibbs and he kept his voice low. But where is it? You mean the monster you're all afraid of? He shrugged. I didn't see anything I'd think of as a monster. German saw it, the man snarled. Then you take him to the forest and he no longer cares about that. Tip sighed. All I did was tell him what obsession cost me. He hoped he wasn't exchanging this man for no longer having to worry about Joman. I reminded him he has a woman, friends, and a life here. Although there was a maliciousness in the man's eye that made Tibbs less concerned with what he might be forced to do. He's the one who decided that was more important. Where did you find him? He studied the map for a little time. For the little time it took him to make his decision, he tapped a spot halfway between the village and the dungeon, close to one of the bear he'd invented. Around there, best I can recall. The man studied the map. You were gone most of the day. Actually, he came back the next morning? No. Yeah, most of the day. Tone was filled with accusation. I'm not the tracker you think I am, he replied defensively. There's a lot of terrain and a lot of tracks to work out which one were his. Even once I had that, I lost it a few times. It was distrust in the man's eyes, and Tibbs didn't care. He might warn Furman about the man, maybe convince him to make his traps deadlier if he sensed someone else approaching, but he'd wait to see what this hunter did when Tibbs headed into the forest next. And that concludes chapter 35 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to support me and read ahead of that, it's on Ream's story. We're about a dozen chapters. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Righty. How the hell did I miss? Huh. It's interesting. Usually I get... Don't I? Interesting. Or it did, but it didn't. It didn't stick. That's weird. Whoa! What the? What is this? Oh, okay. What this is that for some reason did not replace all of that, which means that this here is not going to be correct. What the heck? What that? Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 26 allies. We're going up against 37 enemies. And we are off. Echo of the Wild is in first place. Shaka's in second. Corrupt is in third. Shaka kills an epic. Kills another one. Dex Karma also kills some. Keister as well. Shaka's in first place. Echo of the Wild is in second. Project is in third. And looks like we're done. We've won. Shaka is in first place. 18 killed, 2 assists. Echo of the Wild is in second place. 6 assists. And Corrupt, as well as Project Rajid, is in third. 4 assists each. We have Lego heads. We've got Shinobis. We've got nobody claiming those. So, Dex Karma gets gets Stab, and Keister gets Legos. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the super boss. And Bomber. Wait, what? Cool. That's going to be interesting. Alrighty. I need to clear a quest, I believe. Yep. Kill melee. Oh, is there melee in here? If there's melee, I might actually do that. Accomplish that. That's armored. That's melee. A couple of melee. Might actually get my quest. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Interesting thing looking at this is I've actually dealt with pretty much all of this already. So I can actually jump to that. Oh, right. Forgetting to do a thing or two. Like renaming these files. Holy cow. Just noticed the time. So, yeah, I need to go on lunch. I will do my best to return in time for the battle. So we're seeing 20 minutes or so. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 29 allies. We're going up against 42 enemies, and we are off. Let's see. Darth is in first place. Manag was in second. Darth is back in first. Corrupt is in second. Manag is in third. I've killed an epic. And we lose access to the statue and their power. Oh darn. Ooh, these guys are tough. Darth is in first place. Corrupt is in second. Phoenix is in third. And with that, we're done. We have won. And I got my kill. Yay. Darth Torlin is in first place. 5 kill, 9 assists. Corrupt is in second place. 5 kill, 6 assist, and Phoenix Audubon is in third, 3 kill, 7 assist. We've got gold and busters, and no one claiming those, so Corrupt gets gold, Darth Torlin got busted. And we move on to an insane battle before the boss, the super boss, and I need to clear a quest. Two musketeer over 3 hours. I'll be good. Get the assist. I might actually be good on that. All right, so musketeers. Wait, no, this one. Alrighty. We'll see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 29 allies. We're going up against 42 enemies. And we are off. Project Rage is in first place. Darth is in second. Shiny Eevee is in third. Shaka takes over third. Project is in first. Darth is in first. Project is in second. Darth takes first back. Actually, I wanted to check something. Oh, that's a corpse. Okay. Project is in first place. Darth is in second. And with that, we are done. We have won. Project Rage is in first place. 3 kill, 14 assists. Darth Torlin is in second place. 10 kill, 1 assist. And Shaka is in third. 9 kill. Let's see. We've got gold, barbarians, and Lego heads. Nobody claims those, so Corrupt gets Legos. Manog gets the axe. And Crazy Tachi gets gold. I get scrolls. And we move on to the Super Boss. Where my second musketeer gets placed down. You know what? And after that, what do we have? Assists. So that's probably, actually. You know. I don't know, maybe I'll get it with that. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this will turn out. Alrighty, this afternoon, it is chapter 83 of The Captain's Heart. Yep. Not the chapter I should be working on. Basically, I've decided that when I get a holiday, when I have to miss writing one of my primary project, I will be working on this. That's not valid. Okay. So I finished up with them being Atoll station. Everyone, battle station. We have 40 allies. We're going up against 41 enemies, and we are off. Let's see. Manag is in first place. Shaka takes over that. Darth is in second place. Manag is in third. Dex, Karma, Silver, Darth have killed epics. We are about to lose the statue. And Shaka maintains the first. Corrupt is now in second. Cuddles takes over third. And we are about to be done. There we go. We're done. We've won. Shaka is in first place, 13 kill, 1 assist. Corrupt is in second place, 13 kill. Cuddles is in third, 4 kill, 6 assist. We have Centurions that no one is currently claiming, so OBK 467 and Silver the Diamond Witch get shielded. And we move on to, come on, you can do it. There we go. I said you can do it. Come on. Come on. Oh. While you're doing that, I'm going to check here real quick. So assists. There we go. All right. So next map where we'll have Token and the boss. So we start with a hard battle. And since I need regular assists, that means berries. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey Akla, welcome back. How are you doing? You're doing fine. Very cool. I am doing well. Thank you very much. Getting the writing going, and I'm starting to think this is another place where things are going to shift a little bit. Day is getting warmer, but it's sitting at 26 degrees Celsius. Please tell me you don't want that to get any warmer than that. That's pretty damn hot. Unless it's in Fahrenheit, in which case you really want that to get warmer. But in Celsius, that's pretty hot. That's above my comfort level. Ooh, okay. I thought you were saying that you're glad it's getting warmer, but it's not sitting quite at the point you want it yet. Okay. It's getting warmer, but fortunately, it's not going quite as high as it could. the place you grew up, is currently 32. Oh, that's hot. Those are temperature that I'm going, you know what? I want to stay indoors. I do not want to have to go out at those temperatures. As long as you have wind is good. Yeah, I'm from places that are way cooler than that. Basically, my temperature of comfort is 15 degrees Celsius. Beyond that, it's very much depending on the situation. Like, for example, at 20, between 20 and 25, if you're in the shade, it's probably comfortable for me. At 30, there's very little that makes that comfortable. 30 is the kind of temperature where all I want to do if I'm not going to be in air conditioning is sit down and not move and hope the day ends. Not in a fireball. My overlay is buggy? Also, oh, right. Really? Wait, what the hell? You're right, it is buggy. Huh, what happened there? What happened there? Captain's Heart. Huh, that's interesting. Da, 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 da. Where is the rest of the stuff, though? Stream Raider writing. What the hell is that? Scene writing. Oh, I know what that is supposed to be. Stream Raider. There it is. No, it is not. Really? Why are you not turning that on? Okay, let's do it differently. That one I know works. Yeah, what the reason it did that is because Captain's Heart is not the story I'm usually working on this on Tuesday afternoon. And the way I've got my button set seems like I forgot to tell that the Captain's Heart button to remove everything related to um, the read and correct, because normally there's going to be another button coming before that that will fix it for it. And while I might go about fixing it, it might be easier for me to just remember to do the other button first. And what are you up to today? You're going to write something, not sure what. You'll sit and write. Cool. I hope the writing goes to your liking. Your interest burning, well, go see to it. So do you. Hey, Lion Pride, welcome to the stream. You're getting ready for an appointment. I hope your appointment goes well. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 28 allies. We are going up against 35 enemies. And we are off with Darth in first place. I believe I've got my assists. Yep. Corrupt is in first place. Silver is in second. Cuddles takes over second. Darth is in third. And we are almost done. Just have to reach the last pair of enemies, and that should be fairly quick. And we're done. We've won. Corrupt is in first place. 10 kill, 8 assist. Cuddles is in second place. 1 kill, 6 assist. And Darth Torlin is in third. 5 assist. We've got tanks. We've got rogues. We've got nobody claiming them. So, Dex Karma gets robbed and Crazy Tachi gets tanked. And we move on to a unknown battle on the way to the tomorrow's token chest. There's no way we reach that today. And I declare a quest. Like I need skins tickets. You guys have shot yourself in the foot by giving too many of them. Anyway, opinion. Alright, so we're done with that, which means I can put down Shinobis. I don't think I can get this next one. Because while it's only 2, which in paper is 2 hours, is in 1 hour, 1 hour, because I've got 2 of them, I'm going to have to jump. Yeah, I'm looking at 4 hours, at 2 hours, and that's not going to work. Oh, well. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Sell. This is a god's name, so it should be sell. Huh. Did I? Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 34 allies. We're going up against 15 enemies, and we are off. Oof. Boss is dead. Cuddles killed that. I kill epics. Let's see. Deccanizer's in first place. Corrupt is in second. Cuddles takes over second. Corrupt is in third. And we're done. We've won. Deccanizer is in first place. 4 kills. Manag is in second place. 3 assists. Cuddles is in third. 1 kill. 2 assists. We've got barbarians. We've got saints. We've got no one claiming them. So, Bull gets sanctified. Phoenix Audubon gets the axe. And Deccanizer gets their clock reset. Welcome to the stream, Deccanizer. Alrighty, and you know what? Let's clear that real quick. Alright, I need kills. Well, I can do kills, probably, hopefully. Alrighty, so, very hard battle. On the way to watch tomorrow's token chest. That is what? Tanked, armored? Alright, well, if it's going to be armored, I'm sure Poppy will like going for a walk. Alrighty. It is past 2 p.m. Time for me to visit the shop. It is past 2 p.m. Yeah. Where ferries get purchased. I'm above 20k. I get a ferry. I'm above 25. And I'm still above 30. And that is that. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to visit the viewer side. In first, is there a lineup, Deccanizer? Alrighty, I am above 50k. I get a refresh. I'm above 55. I get another refresh, and there we go. Archers. I am above 60. And that is that. Arthur. Restart it. Stream will go down. Hopefully it'll come back up. So, just so you guys know. Here and me. Cool. Thank you, Decanizer. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 32 allies. We're going up against 30 enemies. Decanizer is in first place. Army of Starlight is in second. Echo of the Wild is in third. Decanizer, Silver have killed Epics. Let's see. Echo of the Wild is in third, is in second. Army of Starlight is in third. Decanizer maintains the first. Army Starlight takes over first. Echo of the Wild takes over second. Decanizer is in third. And let's see, we've got a few enemies left. I got 4 kills. How many did I need? 3, so I'm good. Although I need 10 also. And we are done. Gadals is in first place, 7 kill, 1 assist. Echo of the Wild is in second place, 8 assist. Army of Starlight is in third, 6 kill, 2 assist. We've got Bomber, we've got Paladins, we got nobody claiming them. So, Echo of the Wild gets a pal. Crazy Tachi gets bombed. And for the last battle of the day, we move on to a very hard battle. I need to clear a quest. Kill ranged units. Well, that still kills, so let's see if I can get that done. You don't have a lot of range in these maps. That's kind of the problem. Like, there's only one range here. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 24 allies. We're going up against 37 enemies, and we are off. I think I got my my rage. Probably gonna not survive the rest, but that's okay. Caracac is in first place. Silver takes over that. Citron Jaune is in third. Silver is now in third. Citron is in third. Silver, no, Citron is in second. Silver is in first. Caracac is in first. Silver is in first again. Caracac is in second. Citron is in third, and we're done. Wait. Where did we go? I thought I only needed one. Okay. Silver the Diamond Witch is in first place, 13 kill. Caracac is in second place, 4 kill, 9 assist. Un Citron Jaune is in third, 3 kill, 7 assist. We have monks, we've got busters, we've got no one claiming those. So, Sorin the Great gets monked. Lucifer gets busted. And that brings the battling to an end for today. I swear I already had one. Huh. I don't think I'm going to finish that, and definitely not finishing that. Alrighty, so tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a very hard battle. Although we're going to have that. So, yep. Then we will have token boss, whatever the map. Oh wait, the next map is a super boss. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we might actually get to the next super boss map. Cool. Alrighty. So I hope to see you then. Supposed to look like this. Oh. Really? Alrighty. I will bring, with the writing done, I will bring my stream to an end. With a raid to Angst. So thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon there will be more Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you